left. Need to hit my goal. Alright, because we're at 31. I'm gonna try to do these. I have to see which one of these might be. Hopefully there's some low. Because I have a decent amount of both built up, but not like a huge amount, especially not of time runes. I need to go see if there's like maybe a one that uses like one or two. Probably not. Five, five, five. I haven't used the bound. Probably your best bet. One of these two. Um, oh, this one. Definitely. Bounty. Yeah, so we would use this, this, and I just need a river. I do have a staff. Need a sword. Oh, we have a sword. Wait, that might. Oh, nice. Now we just need. Which, to be honest, we have three that are almost done. But we have three. The irony is that like we just need two more challenges after that. This one's actually a problem. This one's like realistically we could get the portal effect. I have enough Maven chisels and I just need 6 map device. And this. It's just this requires us on the spawn. But there's no way I'm gonna kill the laser. The Black Knight did. So it's like it would be possible to get all of the stuff that I care about, which is the cosmetics, but we'll see. Look. Not bad. I just don't really have an armor set that I feel like it goes. Trying to see if I wanna deal with All phase. It's just that I have like mostly. So I was thinking of doing. Maybe I could try it with the gladiator. The gladiator could pull it off. I also got a lion's roar for my mappers. Boats back. Check them out. I haven't really kept too much track, but I feel like you get less rare stuff when you do the 2-2 over the 5. Get another 5-5. Need one more. And ignore its existence for a while there. Because I don't think I got the bow. Current setups. Alright, we have Alto box. It's kind of funny. I spent like, it was like 8 or something. I don't remember. I spent like a bunch of, like a handful of divines. Last stuff I needed for the crafting thing. And then my mappers of base, or not my mappers, but I've sent out 2 currency shipments and they basically came back with almost as much divines as I had spent, which I found relatively amusing. Uh, do Cortex. We have a lot of them. I have like no XP. I've kind of given up for getting past level. I want to see how this build fares. If it doesn't do too hot, then we're gonna probably just swap over to the gladiator. Let him handle it. Really good for gold though, supposedly. Inside running this is I don't think it counts towards the implicit challenge. Nice. That would have been nice. Oh shit. I didn't expect there to be an enemy right there. $9,000. It's alright, I guess. I don't quite understand how like the Cortex fights all work out. Oh, that was it. Oh, these might be useful. Let's see. Has increased global accuracy, increased energy shield, increased attack cast speed. They're actually pretty good. 24 to all attributes. 153% increased armor and energy shield, which is okay, I guess. 50% reduced the maximum recovery per life leech, which I'm pretty sure wouldn't affect us at all because I think all of our leech is energy shield, but I don't know how maybe it gets converted. But then it comes with another 8% increased attack and cast speed with 16% or 18% increased damage while leeching. We low rolled on the energy. We kind of like mid rolled on the. It actually doesn't seem like terrible. Took all my gold. One map run to be able to sell that. That was a little steep. A smidge steep gold cost, I feel, but it's okay. Also, yesterday my luck was so cursed. I got like 3 turquoise amulet uniques, and none of them rolled on goals, and 2 of them rolled Fury Valves, which is the same tier. This means I lost the roll between Fury Valve and Crown Goal. I'm assuming that's how that works. Like, I'm mistaken, it checks, like, I think it, like, rolls, what is it? I remember somebody, like, I watched the video where they explained it. I'm mistaken, it rolls, the type, right? It does all the first RNG rolls of what is gonna be, and then when it rolls like amulet, it rolls what type of amulet, and when it like I think it rolls like all the typing and stuff, and then it rolls if it's unique or not, and then it rolls what tier it is, and then it rolls what of that tier it becomes. The only downside is that like tier 3 turquoise amulet. At least that's how I think it is. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's like amulet. Then when it chooses amulet, rolls if it's unique or not. Then if it does, stuff like that. But I'm mistaken. If I remember the order correctly, I think it rolls like what it's going to be, like base types, and then it rolls the unique. Like if it's going to be unique, and then what kind of unique. So it just means that if Fury Valve wasn't a tier 3, then or if like Ungles was the only tier 3 turquoise amulet, then I would be fine. I would have gotten it. But I've gotten like I think now 5 Fury Valves. Which I mean, technically the Fury Valve's not bad. It's good for using as like a mapping neck piece for things with projectile, but unfortunately, I can't use it for the build that I want the Ungles for, right? And then for I think the only build I've seen recently where I guess I could look, see on PoE Ninja if anybody is using it and on what. But I think the only build I've seen a video about someone being like, oh yeah, no, you can use Fury Valve, it's really good for mapping with this build, is a Frostblade Warden, which I wasn't overly interested in trying after like looking into it and checking out the guy's videos and researching it. I think I'm gonna try to run, I think it's Zoff Breachstones to see if I can look out on the necklace. Oh wait, no, Zoff is the fire one. Which is the lightning one? That one's the necklace I need for Lightning Strike. Trickster. Yeah, unfortunately, like I want to use my Warden. I just don't know what build to use for it. I haven't seen any builds for it that I care about. If anything, I might end up turning it into like a bow character. 21,000. See, this time we got a lot of gold. Guess we just high rolled on it. We got like almost 2.5 times as much gold this time. Fuck. I could have survived that if I had moved. I messed up my frost blink. I frost blinked way too early on that. Yeah, that one I don't really understand. Like I know he summons the things, but I'm assuming you gotta like tap them and then frost blink. Hmm, it's weird. I think like PoE has this weird thing where it's just like there's a lot of mechanics that you just don't see anywhere else in the game, period, until you hit the pinnacle bosses. And I feel like that's bad. Like there should be some mechanics that like for instance like the ball phase, right? It's not exactly hard to get a hang of the ball phase. You kind of see it, you're like, oh shit, okay, that's how that works. The slams and stuff, all that doesn't matter. But like for instance that maneuver from Cortex, like that should be in another fight, just so you can get a feel for it. Because I still don't know how to react to that. I kind of got out of it by accident rather than like, oh, I know what I'm doing. But yeah, 23,000 gold's pretty good though. That was actually a good run. That one actually made sense for why people were saying that it's good for gold. What did we get here? 11 to max energy shield, regen, 6 life per second. That's low. Discipline is 19% increased aura effect. 600 strength and intelligence requirement. Jeez. Guess we're not using that like at all. Plus 10 to max divine charges. Gain divine charge on hit. Gain divinity for 10 seconds when you reach a max. Lose all charges when you gain divinity. Cannot be modified below base. Nearby enemies cannot deal crits. What does divinity do? That's kind of interesting. Probably go in this tab. It'd be kind of nice if they could give us the little side pouch that we had in Affliction. Maybe you went Warden. That way you could at least put like your maps and stuff in there. Kind of more of like a personal, please GGG kind of take on it. Or the quality one? Yeah, quality currency. You know, I still don't quite understand why the map tab or the fragment tab doesn't have a spot for scouting reports. They really should. Like, I don't really like. I guess I could look up what tab has that. I don't think any tab does. Because every tab I've seen, or every time I've seen someone using, like storing their scouting reports, it's always in like the currency tab at the bottom. Which realistically isn't like too big of an issue, but there are like 6 different types, I think, in total. Three additional synth chests, which contain rare monsters. That one didn't even look like it spawned anything. Unless it like instantly died. Which might have been the case. Magical. Yeah, it's on the singular rare. Monsters, my ass. When I see plural form, I expect plural. I don't know, the synthesized chests don't really look all that worth it out of my way to get. So I knew there was none over here. I was just making sure there was no gold or something. Oh my god. See, like, I don't understand. There's times I frost blink out of that and it works, and then there's times I frost blink out of that and it still teleports me in front of him to get one shot. Like, how are you supposed to handle that mechanic? It just doesn't make sense to me. And they do a very poor job of explaining a lot of the mechanics that are kind of weirder like that. Not really just a PoE problem though. There's a lot of games like that, but oddly annoying. I guess I'll look something up, see if anyway, see what people say to deal with that. But that's like one of the only real things that causes me to die in this fight. So, Stockhausen degen, which I can't see because of the fucking skill that I'm playing. Because GGG makes weird decisions about visuals. Wait, might have degen? Fuck. See, like, I can't see that, bro. Like, oh, fuck off, man. Like, there's just a random degen puddle in a corner of a fucking room where you haven't stood. Like, just make it work like fucking Shaper, dude. Like, stop putting random shit in the corner of a room. Oh, I'm dead. I jumped back in too soon. Like, Jesus Christ, bro. It's so fucking toxic. Cool, and then there was a fucking degen puddle right on the entrance. Why? Like, I love being punished just because of the skill I want to use, because visually it just covers everything on the ground. Like, why? Just why? Why is that a thing? God. So tired of games just choose like to just cause difficulties for players because of just stupidity. Is like, hey, we're just gonna randomly make your skill cover up a ground degen. Have fun. Love our design. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, and it makes no sense because volcanic fissure snaking leaves no sort of dot puddle behind. There's no reason for that like effect to be like that. Because if I'm playing tectonic slam, for instance, those cracks are gone. It's so quickly in comparison. And they take up so little space. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. And the problem is that it's not just like a problem with like this boss. It's a problem with all of them. This guy died to fucking Exarch because I couldn't see that the degen pools were underneath me. I had an issue with Shaper once because it covered up one of the puddles that I left on the ground, and it almost got me killed. Like, it's a continuous problem, and it's a problem, like, it's a literal problem with just the way they designed the skill visually. Like, and it boggles my mind. Like, one thing is like, you know, it's an issue. Like if you download mods, I can understand if I'm playing a game or I'm modding it and then things like are working kind of weird because I'm like, oh, well, obviously I can't expect like a modder to like think about that kind of stuff, and maybe they don't have the level of like permissions for when they do mods to be able to like code it so it shows up a certain way. Like I honestly, in my opinion, something like that, like it's inexcusable. Like as a developer, I feel that's something that should be thought of. And if it was just a single boss like mechanic, then I'd be like, okay, it's kind of fine that you kind of a little bit of an oversight there, but sure. It's like it's one mechanic, it's kind of hard to remember everything. But it's not. Like I think like half the pinnacle bosses in the game have some sort of degen on the ground. Half of their end game content has some sort of degen puddle mechanic. Or something on the ground that you kind of need to make sure you're not standing in. Like that this skill just covers up for no reason. Because like if it was a ticking puddle, right? Like if those cracks still dealt damage and stuff like that, then sure, it'd be like, okay, you're literally communicating that the skill is still in action, but it's not. It's purely a visual, like visual effect. It has no sort of gameplay effect whatsoever. And yet, like in terms of like me dealing more damage or anything like that, it's not like, you know, you can do anything with those cracks, right? Like one thing could be it's like, oh, you do volcanic fissure snaking, and then if you hit another volcanic fissure snaking, those cracks have like a chance to pulse damage or something like that. So obviously then the visuals is telling you how long those cracks last. And then you're like, okay, cool, that makes sense. But they're not. It's a purely visual thing, which is just hampering like how I react to fights. You know, and we're not even going to talk about how fucked it is to put degen puddles in the corner of a boss fight during a phase where the safe places to stand is the corners of the room. But, you know, that's another like $20. But it's just like it's why I don't do pinnacle bosses on this guy. Well, it's why I stopped. Like I'll do stuff like Black Star. I won't do Endless Hunger because Endless Hunger is honestly kind of toxic the way they designed them. That's a fight that I really hope they just don't add as like a thing for in PoE 2. If they add like a endless hunger style boss to PoE 2, I'm just gonna be like, you really just didn't learn from past. experiences did you? Because as far as I've seen, everybody hates Endless Hunger. They're just like it's such a like like shitty fight design because he has like a phase where he goes underground and you just can't do anything to him, and then he just like well he has just a lot of stuff that's just not fun to deal with. The transition phase is also a bit of a pain. It's not too much of a pain once you get the hang of it, but it's kind of boring and feels a little lackluster and unnecessary. But like I'd say like Eater honestly is a pretty good fight. I would say you're dodging the tentacles. He's doing like a bunch of different stuff. The orb mechanic I don't feel like is too bad personally. He just straight up dropped the fucking veiled shield. Okay, that's interesting. But it's just annoying when your own skill is like causing you to die. Oh my god, I didn't. Did he really just like one shot me with a beam, or did I get hit with something else? Mod. I'm gonna run this on my gladiator after this. 93 extra. I don't really think that would cause that beam to. I think I might have ran through the DJ. I don't know. There's a degen puddle in. Somehow, like, he placed three perfectly well placed degen puddles in, like, three completely separate tracks that were nowhere near each other. And they all just, like, almost perfectly lined up. What the fuck? Why am I slowed? So weird. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get how the fucking mechanic works. It seems like visually you can't even tell when he's doing shit because they're so un like it's so like like not obvious, unobtrusive. Cause like it's like these really dark ink balls that kind of just spawn and then instantly grab you. Like I don't understand that mechanic. He can kind of apparently just grab you and rubber band you backwards because he just feels like it. I, I said I was gonna do this on my gladiator, but then I remembered my gladiator isn't like I think he's like halfway to 98. I kind of don't want him to lose all the XP. Because he's going to die while I like figure out how to make him work. Let me just double check. He might not be as far. I feel like he had a lot of XP when I stopped playing. Yeah, no, he's like over. Like I'm gonna lose all of this if I try to run it on him. I have to run this on this guy. It's pretty aggravating, honestly. Let me see if there's like something for that explains at least like what that mechanic does. Because the weird part, right, is like the big dude, you see him in one of the fights. Like he's one of the bosses. The other dude, that mechanic he does, the pull mechanic, literally none of the other versions of the Cortex bosses, like of the synth bosses, do that. Like none of them. I have not seen a single one of them do that maneuver where they like grab you and then pull you in front and then slam you. Like I have not seen any of them ever do that. Yeah, no. It literally just says the slime's like basically unavoidable. So that's bait. Like you just have to time the blink out of it. Like that's so bad. That's such shit design, bro. Like honestly. Vortex reject. That's such kind of confused. Thought that was a good idea. Like as for a mechanic, because like almost every other PoE mechanic I'd say is it's a telegraph, move out of the way, don't get hit. That one's kind of just like, well, you're going to more than likely take that slam and you're either going to die or you block it or you're going to somehow miraculously dodge it. Which I'm guessing the dodging is probably just getting the timing down. But it's not exactly a very well balanced. Oh, better, yeah. Oh, for sure. Good for dust at least. But there's so few mechanics I've ever seen in PoE where it's like completely unavoidable. Or it's extremely difficult to avoid. At least for like the regular stuff, not like the Ubers. Sirius had some kind of like annoying things to dodge from what I can remember, but like I don't feel like it was this bad. Like I don't think Sirius had a get hit by projectile, teleport you in front of slam, and be able to do like dash out kind of thing. Because like Shaper's slam has Well, basically, once I got the hang of it, it didn't take me too long to get the hang of like the slam. It made me realize that instead of trying to like keep attacking like an idiot, I should just run around when he like disappears to just leap slam away from him. But I can't really rate that as a very well designed and implemented mechanic, in my opinion. Especially when it's one that you don't see before. Like slam mechanics being punishing makes sense because there's a good number of bosses throughout the game that have slams. I think like almost every boss in this has a slam of some sort. Uh, so you know it's kind of a mechanic you see repeatedly, right? Run into it with like Kataba, Fukuhama, like you just see that a lot. The slams they come in different varieties from how they do it, but it's still something you see often. So making that like extremely punishing and deal a shit ton of damage like makes sense. But the vortex pull into a slam, like the vortex mechanic in and of itself, I honestly just can't think of uh another fight that has something like where you get pulled into the slam like that. So basically this character is just guaranteed to die off of that maneuver he gets pulled. Unless I somehow magically just dodge it. Realistically speaking, there's not even I don't really think there's even anything off of this I want. Like those gloves I have, like they're okay, but I actually don't think they're very good. I think they're like usable for like if I do a lightning strike trickster, ephemeral edge, but I don't think it's gonna be very good for anything else. And that's a pretty big I think. Honestly, don't know. Mostly because the only item I ever see used in pretty much any build I've ever seen is the synthesized rings from the regular synth maps, which are really good. Or at least have a chance to be really good. Because they can roll buffs that are really effective off of like auras that you're already gonna be running. But I mean I guess the dust is pretty decent for me. I think I've heard of the other one, the helmet. You get some pretty good synth rolls on that. Could be really good. Yeah, I feel like there's just a puddle that's underneath it. Yeah, I had my I think I had both the basalt and the granite flask effect up there. Like I could definitely survive it if I had more armor. Well, the second one actually I don't. The first one I've survived. Like most of the times I get hit by it because he got decent amount of HP. The other problem with Cortex is that like the speed, depending on like your build, can vary. Like we one shot all the bosses there. I guess it just didn't roll anything super nutty. Granted, I think defensively I don't remember seeing anything crazy on the other runs, but it is what it is, I guess. Mm. I can't say Cortex is 3570. Yeah, okay, these definitely count. Not for very much. Yeah, I think this will be the last one. I don't really think there's a whole lot of reason to run Cortex if he doesn't drop the rings. So I mean, you can get Bottled Faith, but I doubt I'll get that. I'd rather spend my time running like the Breach Stones and stuff like that than running Elder. Serious, so I wanted to get Awakener's Orbs, but I don't need them. I think the only one of those that I don't have is Enhance. I was thinking I have Empower and Enlighten. I don't think I have an Enhance. This league, like, yeah, this league has been weird. I've had pretty good luck overall, I would say, but not usually in the way that I like. I haven't had very good luck in what I want. That happens. I still can't believe that synthesized maps don't give you synthesized gear. Like just regular rare synthesized gear. That seems like the most like backwards thing. I also think those synthesized stashes or chests are bugged. I mean, it spawns a rare, but like it folds like it's a normal monster, so I'm not too sure about that. And then it doesn't really drop any loot, which I'm also just not too sure about that. And by loot, I mean like gold, because I'm pretty sure you're guaranteed to get gold off of a rare monster. Yeah, this will be the last Cortex I run. We'll go do some other stuff. I'm tired of this fight. Definitely a fight I don't really mind doing like a couple times, but trying to do like 10 of them. Not really my cup of tea. Was that really all it is? For dodging the slime. I decided to try it out. To treat it like the I was doing for the Shaper slime. It's literally just crossblink behind them. I'll have to see if it continues being that. If it's like that, then never mind. That's fucking easy. Still, I'd still argue that my like original uh critique of put this mechanic on another fight so players see it at least once is still valid, but it's not that bad. It's still an annoying ass mechanic though. I don't know. I'm a very big fan of Final Fantasy XIV's approach of put raid mechanics in dungeon fights so that players can see it in like diluted forms. I have no idea. I feel like that was like a going to murder me if I let it go off. That was in a degen puddle that I couldn't see. I love how it just I love how there's a degen puddle just perfectly spawned on where my mouse cursor was to like move over to. Taking like I swear I just have bad luck with it. Like the one spot that I just randomly decide to like go towards so that I'll try to be safe. This is the spot that he puts a degen puddle. Increase global critical. Actually, I was like, because looking at this one, I wasn't overly impressed uh with using it on like saving it for the poison trickster. But this one with the global crit strike chance might be worth it. The 3 mana per enemy hit's kind of whatever, but it's not bad. Unfortunately, the other parts that would be nice didn't roll too high. And like the main issue is that like the 22% increased damage while leeching doesn't do much for this build. Or for that build in particular. It would I really think that for Lightning Strike this one will potentially be worth. Max energy shield with increased energy shield on it. Because like it looks low, but from what I've realized, like for the numbers, it seems that like energy shield, especially for Trickster, like has a lot of ways to just extrapolate it to being really good, like really high values. Do I even have space to hold on? Probably not. Literally just cleaned out my inventory earlier before stream a little bit. And I'm back to not having space on it. Pain. More stash tabs. Oh, so I guess this pet project is never any. I had a pet project I wanted to do, which I wanted to try out Shield Crush of the Chief to do like a fire ignite build with that. But one, I don't have it. Like Chieftain, Fire Crush, Shield Crush, Fire Crush. The Fire Crush don't have. Uh, and then I kind of don't know if I want to do another Chieftain build, honestly. Alright, I held on to this because it was 27% quality. Everything? This isn't quality. Didn't realize. Bloodied up. Bit of a little issue. Oh, that's not too. Increased crit chance. One-handed weapon. Usable for sure. Fosh. Oh, that's right. Got a 20. Ash? I think it's Ash. Yeah, Voice of Storm. I find it relatively interesting how like for instance we put the cortex map in, right? And that didn't take scarabs, but we could leave the scarabs in there, right? We left the scarabs in there, didn't consume the scarabs. That's how we could just go. But like the breaches, right? They don't take scarabs. But I have to remove them before I can use them. That's a pretty long stretch to go without summoning anything. Up anything good. Ash just straight up didn't even drop a unique. Ash was like, fuck you, I dare you talk shit about my bros like that. I didn't get like anything out of it. Soft man is usually like nicer to me than that is. Also, the fact that like at the very end it doesn't just drop like all the gold that you would have made from killing the breach monsters, I feel like might have been a bit of an oversight. Like maybe like oh, something we should have done because I'm thinking Cassia or Blight does that like at the end. I think I'm pretty sure I see like a bunch of gold that drops. It's not like a metric shit ton, but I'm mistaken like Cassia drops the gold that the mobs would drop, if I remember correctly, upon completion. I feel like the breach because I think it gives you some gold. It's definitely nowhere near as much gold as you would get for actually killing this many monsters in a like a regular breach like on a map. Oh, actually no, it doesn't drop like any gold ever really. Oh yeah, it does. There it is. I saw it. We got like yeah, it's like 200. That's like nowhere. Ain't no way. Like that was like if we killed that many like breach monsters in a regular in a regular map, and brother, like we get way more gold than that. Oof, our unique luck is not very good. I don't know really. How much do her breach stones cost? Well, that's perfectly. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna buy 12, and then we're gonna run them. See what we get, which is probably gonna be a whole lot of nothing, but we're gonna at least try. But we'll wait for the boats to come back. I'd say probably one of my main critiques though with at least the timer notifications for King's March is I feel the map runners shouldn't tell me they're back until either one of the map runner dies or all the maps that I have queued up are completed. Because realistically speaking, those are the only two circumstances I care about seeing a notification for maps. Especially if you're gonna make it as big as the ones of like, hey, your boats are back kind of deal. Because it's just like I don't care whether the map's been completed or partially completed until they're all done and I come back to look. Like maybe if it was smaller, like because I think what is it? I think it's Faustus. I think Faustus is one that it tells you when it's like the pop up for that is small. It's smaller than the other ones when it tells you currency trade has been completed. Because it's not like a huge deal when I words. It's not a huge deal when like you know you leave it overnight and then you come back and then you have like the big list. But like while I'm playing, like for me personally, like I don't like it when I'm just constantly getting bugged by hey, map's done. Hey, map's done. Hey, map's done. It's like, okay, cool. Just tell me when they're all done or somebody's dead. That's all I really care about. Like the only time like that's and I think that might just be a me thing. Maybe like other people like don't mind it, but for me, I don't like things popping up on my screen more than they have to. So like it's why like in World of Warcraft, I'd always make my own weak auras. Like I dabbled in it a little bit, and I never got it like super crazy. Like how the The how like the mythic guild guys work, because those guys can make some weak cores. But I could always do stuff that was usually pretty on par with a decent amount of the pre-made ones that you could find lying around. But my goal was always to be like, give me as much information as I need while taking up the least amount of space and calling only the like most minimal amount of attention required so I can focus on playing the game. Because that's just how my brain works personally. So like the map runner notifications, like how they work, just for the way my brain works, is extremely distracting. And not in the sense of like, oh, piece of candy, more like, what the fuck is that? Like it's from a get out of my face point of view rather than a oh, it's making my like ADD or whatever. Because I think I have like some mild. I don't think it's really that. Because like my brother had very severe, so I know what it looks like when it's pretty bad. Kind of grew up with it. And my mother was an occupational therapist, and when she was doing it, it was around the time where they would be trained for doing those tests and stuff. And so she was there with it, and she was just like, so she always knew she was like, you probably have like a little bit, but it's really not that like crazy, which I could always tell. But I think it's enough, but it's in a way that like instead of my brain becoming distracted, I get annoyed. Like instead of it completely like changing my attention, right? I realize that it's stolen my attention from something I want to be doing, and then it annoys me that it had the audacity to do that. It's kind of weird. My brain's kind of fucked up in certain ways, but it's kind of funny when I think about it. I now have two things. The two full. Does the augmentation orbs go for anything? Probably not, right? One for 250. One for 150. I should probably just go check what I can trade it for at the vendor. You know, they're kind of smart to like do the timer thing because it was just the breach opening, like expanding permanently. I'm pretty sure most people just run all the way to the end, ignoring all the breach monsters being spawned, and then they would just wait for the portal to open. Oh, also, we have confirmation that apparently, uh, PoE 2, they plan on having it like launch with basically everything. that all the classes should be in, which will be kind of fun. Because one of the assumptions had been that potentially Druid might not be in because they had mentioned that the reason the shape shifting stuff wasn't in the demos was because it wasn't quite ready yet. But it seems that it was probably just for the demo. So that means in November, I'm probably just gonna mess around with the Druid. That's probably gonna be the first class I play. Oh, day. Oh, she really doesn't want to just drop like any uniques periods, huh? Usually with Zoth, I at least get the bow for some dust pretty often. But she doesn't want to drop any of her uniques. I'm kind of leaving it up to the RNG of this to see, like, if we get a voices, then I'm just gonna make a Emerald Edge Lightning Strike Trickster, and then I'll just like respec it to the poison one after. And then I'll just respec it back if I don't like it. Because I have enough Orbs of Regret for that. I have like 500 something Orbs of Regret. My Incubator pop. I didn't even know I had one equipped. How do I know that was an Incubator pop? Because the Breach monsters in this don't drop loot until all the loot gets given to you at the very end. So the fact that an item appeared is because I had an Incubator equipped. I like Incubators. I think Incubators are really, really good. It's kind of nice to have something that gives you like extra loot. I do want to try Legion with this build, which the only way I do that is if I um finish getting the other 5 medium cluster jewels. Oh, nice, so the scarab one. Wouldn't mind getting more of those. You know, I had a feeling that would kill me on one of those. I was just hoping that it wouldn't. I was just hoping I could kill her before I died to it. Oh, hey, the Imperial Claw. But yeah, one of the unique. Oh, it's like a dex deck. Except, this could potentially have been useful for like lightning strike if ephemeral edge didn't exist. But we have oh, but it's another scarab one. I need to go and grab like my torment scarabs and stuff that I don't plan on using and like well I need to like do another sweep through with PoE Ninja up to see what's like what scarabs are worth. Probably something that's like 10C per or more. Anything less than that I really don't feel like it's worth the trouble. I would rather just trade them in 3 to 1 to see if I can get something else that either I want or goes for a lot. $80 is $80. We ain't getting shit for gold in there, but might as well grab what I can. I do really agree though that if they want to do this, like keep this gold thing going forward, they need to kind of like put more of it in some of the other stuff. At least in like in the vein of like breach, right? Or you're not generating a shit ton of currency. Now, should I get like 10,000 gold? No, but you know, 45,000 gold per run, I feel is pretty feasible or a pretty acceptable amount. Like I don't really see anything. Like I feel like that's a pretty good chunk, especially considering that you're not really gonna sustain them like maps, right? Like you have to run maps, and then once you're done running maps, you'll run the breach. If you're doing that, though, with the currency exchange, you can also just run it. But the fact that like all of the gold is kind of just locked behind just mapping when there's kind of this other side content attached to it feels like a bit more of a oversight more than anything. Though I feel like personally it was probably because they didn't really know how people would feel it like with gold in the basically mainstream because they tried it with Ruthless. Like they did an event where they did like an event where it was like a Ruthless event, but it had gold in it. And I think the feedback on that was mixed. I don't know. I think part of it was an event, so people just and since it was like Ruthless, most people just didn't care. I missed out on it, unfortunately. I wasn't aware that they were doing an event for it, so I didn't get to try it out. But I definitely think when it's if it was just like vendors, like gold, like as a drop in this game didn't make sense to add just as is. And even if you added something like the uh the vendors, right? I think have attaching it to stuff like extra things like the workers and King's March and stuff like that, and giving it like an actual bystander out of it, an actual goal to use to chase. Oh, okay. I have watched people run this like 20 plus times, and that doesn't drop. We got it in uh about 12. I did two, 7 runs. Congrats, thanks. I honestly didn't expect to get that. Yeah, yeah, that's definitely stream RNG. Well, I guess I can't really complain about my luck being shit for what I want anymore. That's pretty funny. Guess I'm leveling a trickster weekend. Because I have that and I have this. And then I have a bunch of like high eye level gear. I, leveling it through maps is probably gonna be a little tricky because I didn't have any gear for that or too much gear for it, but I have energy shield stuff I'll just use. They should be fine. Because I know like these two are like the two most important things that I've heard everybody talk about getting. And then I have some like energy shield busters. I don't know how many of those I have actually. I should probably look. But yeah. Uh well, RNG has decided uh, that we're doing lightning blade trickster instead of the other one. Whatchamacallit? Viper Strike of the Mamba. That's so funny. Oh yeah, I also have Doriani's. I think I saw whose was it? Was it MP's? I think MP's build was using this. But I think like in order to use this, you have to go the Aegis Aurora route, and I don't have one, and I that's definitely something I doubt I'll ever get. I've seen it in like the 1,000+ hours I've played this game. I don't know what it is anymore because I definitely put in another like good number of hours in this game with this league. Last I looked on Steam, which was before Necropolis League, was like 900 something. I've only seen one Aegis Aurora just once. That was a long time. Mm. But how's it going, Kevin? Like, what you up to any new build shenanigans? Are you still just trucking along with what you got? Huh. Well, guess I'm not completely done with this. To be honest, if I was already planning that if I had finished the challenges, which I just need two more. Technically, I need like four more, but I'll leave it till later to decide if I want to get all six to get the portal effect since we like two off, and it's like it's doable to get it. Like it's perfectly doable, but I did kind of decided that if I got those 34 without getting uncles or the yoke, or not the yoke. Well, yeah, uncles, yoke, or or that voices. I probably was just gonna just not play PoE until PoE 2. Then we have to try a Flestron's kind of like also cluster. Oh, I've been seeing a lot of those pop up recently. Like kinetic bolt builds. I was watching a video today where someone put one out where they were talking about them. I was like, man, it's that time of the league. The kinetic blast bolt, whatever they're called. They're out in force. Oh wait. Put my Tefnut. Uh be worth it decent. Yeah. Maybe, sorta, kinda. No, it's not. Why are there champion builds that I swear sometimes people just put like meme shit up on PoE Ninja for their PoE Ninja stuff. Yo, yo. Oh wait, right. I don't even know how long that's been in there. You know, I always save up the items to do this build, where you use the Herald of Thunder with the Storm Secret, Poison, Pathfinder build, and I never get around to doing it. I never actually sit down and do it again for the umpteenth time. Mm. All right, I need to just keep trucking along it. We're almost done with this. I have no idea how Smokey pulled this off in like a week. Well, I guess maybe she just raced to the boss because I don't do that. I fully complete my maps, but I could definitely like race to the boss to kind of speed run doing this. I just don't want to do it on my beach maps, even though that's like the best one to do it on. If I could just get, I haven't had Sazan like keep my map runners hostage in forever. He knows. He's like, you're just trying to farm me for for achievement, punk. Oh wait, I didn't move my. Oh yeah, I unlocked this too. Actually, this is also streamer RNG. I got this in 5 shaper runs total. No, 4 or 5. I don't know. I got the hideout in like 4 or 5 shaper runs. That was also a bit of streamer RNG. I thought yesterday. Pretty nice. Forgot to put my totem. I've been working so hard for it. Not really. I've been working hard for the other cosmetics, and we just happen to get. Is it not called totem? It is. It's totem piece. What a pillar. I don't know where he gets like challenge or what. Oh, challenge. Totem. Make up your mind. Oops. Uh, the only one I've ever gotten. Mostly because I don't do it. I'm hoping from here on out I'll continue getting. I continue, at least I want to at least my goal is from here on out to get the full tier 2 armor sets, if not more. I've definitely. Well, I guess it kind of depends on the challenge. Some of the challenges in these past couple leagues have been a bit more friendly, little less. Hey, do this specific content to the nth degree kind of style, and more like they've done them more less like narrow and deeper, and more like wider and shallower, right? Where they're just like, well, here's a lot of content that you have to like dabble with, which is kind of nice. Like I remember one league where it was like I had to run, I think it was like 5 beachhead maps, and then it wanted me to put together a harbinger unique, and I was like, nah, I'm good. I was like, I'm chilling. That's gonna have to be a no from me, dog. I know they're like they run hand in hand, like they're. But this was also like before they added like all the new scarabs and stuff, so it's probably not as bad now. And I hadn't been made privy to the comprehensive scouting reports, because those actually spawn a lot of beachhead. But like at the time, I was like, no, I don't think because I tried manually farming for the beachhead stuff, right? The harbinger orbs, and with what we had on hand, right? Because I think it was like self farming for it wasn't too bad if you had the sextant or something for it. I remember there was something that I was like, I just don't feel like kind of deal. So I just didn't do it. But now with like all the scarabs and stuff, and especially with I feel like to be honest, it's mostly the player, like the exchange. 85 enemy. Unison power random. Give me that. My game is like extra lagging, and it didn't because I have ritual and the business, so it's like losing its mind. Like That was not like it. Just like because sometimes PoE likes to mess with my stream. Like it'll like my stream will be really laggy, but in reality, in my gameplay, it'll be fine. Like I won't be really lagging or anything. But oh shit, it's ritual time. But that one, like, what that slideshow was my slideshow. I almost died trying to get that bismuth. Okay. I don't particularly like my chances of getting enough to just straight buy straight buy the invitation without needing to defer because I don't have any of the I don't have anything slotted except for getting ritual and then guaranteeing I have 4 rituals on the map for the extra mobs. I'm probably gonna have to defer it. I'm kind of sad because I accidentally lost out on two invitations for the Nameless King because of the fact that I accidentally click shrines. Though to be honest, like I should have just ran them. That was kind of my bad. But it wasn't until after I did it that I started being like, oh shit, wait, that probably still affects the deferment. And then when I did one that had like a lot of uniques, I saw that they weren't in there anymore, and I was like, oh, R.I.P. So I lost 2 potential chances at a light of meaning with fire damage. A lot of stack decks. Oh, no, never mind. I forget that like this was the area that I spent the most time in, so this is where most of the whatchamacallit, the Sentinel juice got used. I have not been able to get it to drop, but any of the other I mean I already have 2 tamings, so I don't really need more, but ritual. But I have been paying attention because oh gee, I don't know what I got hit by there, but it dealt a lot of damage. And I've just noticed that I get a lot of the, whichever one is the one that has that is the 2 stone cold fire unique version. That one drops like fucking so much compared to the other two. I'm pretty sure I popped the island one thing or the ritual. I got pretty low HP on a couple of. Also, I swear, like, the Pantheon touched mobs just aren't that scary anymore. Like, I feel like they're a lot squishier than they used to be. I guess it's probably like one of the only good things from the toughness change, if that's the case. But I remember like the Pantheon touched mobs used to take. They used to be some chunky boys. I hate dying because like I'm bad. I hate dying because I'm bad. I get more annoyed about dying because of like technical issues rather than because I suck. And I almost died there because of the lag, so I had like no idea what was going on. Okay, okay. I should have enough to just rate by the invitation. Oh wow, it is perfect. We don't even have enough to defer, so it's or to reroll. That's fine. To be honest, if I wanted to min max that, I would have deferred it so that way I could get multiple for cheaper. Right, like defer that, roll it, and then see if there's anything worth deferring on the second page. But that's too much effort for my big brain. I mean, my small brain. Bro, see, look, brain's so small I can't even get the words right. I'm gonna have like the worst crisis though if like after getting the voices, it drops me the ungles. Because my luck likes to do that, right? It likes to rear its head in weird ways when it wants to be nice to me. I think that was worth the best, no? I also had Whataburger for lunch today. They put way too much barbecue sauce on my honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich. I couldn't enjoy it as much as I normally would. Too busy fighting the ocean of barbecue sauce that would pop out whenever I take a bite. Also, if they do, honestly, if they add the rune bench as like a thing, like a permanent addition, GGG, please. On like some weird off chance that somehow you hear this, just add a slot in the bench to hold the runes. Don't force us to do this and have that as like a permanent thing. Don't force us to buy a stupid fucking stash tab for it. Just add it to the rune bench, please, please. Begging you. I'm uh, I'm a financially struggle busting bear. I don't need to be. I already like this league by itself has made me kind of been like, man, I know I should buy like a blight tab at least because of how many blight oils I've got in this league. I haven't seen any petrified amber yet. Granted, I haven't exactly been mapping all day. It's been a bossing kind of night. These guys should be almost done with their maps now. All right, yeah, 2.5 minutes. We'll wait. Yeah. To be honest, like Zeri Exarch on this build isn't the worst, except for the fact that my heralds from Herald of Purity, if they're still alive for the ball phase, kind of sabotage me. Because yeah, they'll die when they get hit by the ball like instantly, but sometimes if they're too close to me when it happens, I just get caught in the explosion and I cry. Over here. You know, they could have taken this little tab and then just had it here for putting in scouting reports. Can't change my mind. Oh wow, that's way more shaper stuff than I get if I ran that manually. Usually I'd get like 2 off of the last boss. I think the only one that would be worth taking would be the feathered, but I don't particularly plan on doing a Bama build. I thought about it, getting a Bama build, but I think I only have like maybe 2 more builds in me, and it's going to be one of them's obviously going to be the trickster. So I'll probably just like flop between depending on what I get, and then the other one might end up being just an Archmage build. I do actually want to try that before it probably just gets nerfed into the ground at some point. Which, to be fair, it could just be the next like detonate dead, right? Or they kind of just leave it alone for like 30 years and then nerf it and then not like really nerf it too badly. But I think the only reason it's not like too badly nerfed is because Archmage exists. I know there's like the variation that they have going on right now with uh with Archmage. I think I got all the Elder pieces. That's nice. Yeah, I was watching. What is it? I think POE guy is his handle on YouTube. To be fair, I mostly just watch his videos for the because just listening just listening to the way he presents himself cracks me up. Makes it pretty entertaining. But I didn't realize that you could run the like Elder Shaper like serious maps. Well, I didn't think about it because to me I thought that, oh well, those are special maps, so they probably aren't feasible by the map runners, but they are. And if they get 100% completion, you're guaranteed to get the fragment. And like when was, enlightened, I was like, oh, wow, that's big brain. I think the only caveat is they can only really do like the tier 14, tier 15 ones. I didn't see him doing any of the tier 16 ones, and his lineup was pretty beefy with tier 10 mappers, which haven't been doing too hot on getting some of those. I mean, we have two, you know, but I haven't gotten very many, like any more tier 9s. I keep getting like tier 8s. So I haven't been able to upgrade my mappers to make them to like increase their success rate, unfortunately. I really hope the mappers. I feel like the mappers. Yeah, I personally don't really care if the rune table for personally. Like I'm relatively indifferent on that one, but I think the map runners and obviously the currency exchange are really good. It's just that I think like I feel like it's kind of obvious that gold and the currency exchange aren't going anywhere. But I think going forward, they just need to tie gold to the league mechanic in some form or fashion because I feel with the way people have talked, part of the reason that people are okay with the league mechanic, just nice. We have two, and we have two. Surely one of these will hit, right? Uh, like generally when I hear people talk about like the goal, like the league mechanic in general, they talk about how it feels nice to have a more like concrete, yeah, uh, goal to go for. Cause like I mean I do it right. Like aside from because like I'm obviously I farm for like I'm farming for ungles stuff like that, but having like the gold, which I then am going to go and put it into the town, so then the town gives me something through shipping and map runners and stuff like that, adds like a nice little, I guess you could say almost like it kind of like soothes the edge of not getting what you want while like just mapping because it gives you an extra thing that you're working towards. That's a bit more. I wouldn't really say immediate since you still have to wait for for your shippers to go out and come back and stuff like that. But I definitely think it helps because you know that your mapping doesn't feel useless, right? Because to me, sometimes when I'm like mapping and I don't get like anything, like I'm specifically trying to go for a unique that is just drops everywhere, don't really have a spot that I can target farm and doesn't have a divination card, stuff like that. Like for instance, an Ungles. If I'm like mapping like all day and I at the end of the day don't have it, part of me feels like I just wasted my time because which realistically, whether you waste your time or not is a bit more reliant on how you have your map set up, right? Like for instance, I usually always do harvest for the league stuff, like in leagues, because I don't know, I like harvest. I like, getting the little plants and clicking on the juice and then mugging them for their juice and calling it good. But it's like it feels good to have like something else to for my mapping to work towards. Like it's pretty nice because even though I can be like, man, I didn't get what I want, but at the end of the day, I can still get more stuff, right? Because the gold gets converted into and it differing rates, right? Like I think I've probably only gotten like 10 raw divines this league. Most of these are definitely from Like at least like 20 to 30 divines from the boats. And my recent boats have been bringing me three. Like usually they'll bring one, sometimes they won't bring any, and then a good amount of the times they'll bring three. So that's nice. I don't know if I'd want like shipping to be a constant. I feel like something like that should stick to uh stuff like that should just stick to like the league mechanic, right? Like I'd rather the league mechanic be what gives me the resources rather than just introducing a new level of like resource bloat that then might kind of cause issues. So I don't particularly think shipping being permanent would be good. Mapping I think would be nice just to have permanent just because you're always gonna have maps that you're not gonna run and they're always just gonna sit there in your stash because most people are too lazy to trade maps. The only way like that's not a thing is if they let you like kind of like what I've mentioned before, but unidentified put unidentified maps on the player currency exchange because then you could like trade them. Like unidentified maps that are either 0 or 20% quality. Because that way, you know, you lose the complicatedness of players having like all different sorts of prices and having to have an interface where you can sort through like what the modifiers on the maps are and stuff like that. You could just be like, okay, I want this many of this map. And then you just have to focus on the system itself for the IDs of the map and stuff like that. So, but even then, I think it'd be just easier just to leave like map runners in. Just drop the rate at which they like get things just a little bit. I have gotten, I'm pretty sure, every single like small unique cluster jewel purely from my mappers. Because like they got me hollow palm the other day. I have the hollow palm one, I have the Katava's like consumed corpse one, and then I have like I think the purple one, whatever that one is. I don't know how many there are, but I have a feeling that like that's all of them. Maybe there's like one more that I haven't gotten. But like my mappers, I don't know what kind of Michael Jordan juice they're drinking before they run those maps, but they need to start giving me some because they bring back. Oh hey, Starfall Crater. It's been like a week. I think it's been like 2 weeks since the last time I saw him here. I'm not gonna lie. I clicked and then my character like load screen popped up and my brain went, "Did I put a portal here? What should?" And then I saw the load screen. Are you gonna give me Savalin today? Are you gonna double down my streamer luck, Mr. Knight? Oh. Ah, fuck me. I stood in the one spot in between two of the things. I stood in between the one spot in between that he could thread the needle between the two stones. I think I might have been able to actually get he didn't drop shit for gold that time though. Bro, the bosses have been so inconsistent for gold recently. The Admiral has given me like one time he gave well today I've had to fight him twice. Once when I first logged on during the day to see what my boats brought back, and then again just before stream. The one during the day gave me like 40 something thousand gold, and then the one that I fought like just before stream gave me like 20,000 gold, or maybe like on stream. Like he gave like I don't know what's going on there. They need to figure that shit out. But the fact that like he just gave me no gold basically, that's kind of weird. No gold, no good runes. What is this? At least give me a mountain rune. Yeah, you gave me River, War, and Bound, bro. I get those from my shipments like crazy. At least give me a mountain rune. And Savalin. I guess like the Verisium kind of makes up for it. Oh, speaking of. Wait, what dropped back here? Oh, the hybrid flask. Alright, so the knight decided that he did not want to double down on my streamer luck blessing, so unfortunate. Crying in the club and shambles. And shabambles. Oh. I saw the turquoise amulet unique and I was like, oh no. Oh no. We're fine. Get me away from those. Bro, I don't know what is up with those guys, but like no, those guys deal so much damage when you give them chaos damage because they attack so quickly. Like I have no idea what's up with their attack speed stat, but it is a little too spicy for my taste. I'm glad they made the meteors more obvious from the flask thing. It was kind of hard to tell whether I was gonna get hit by it by not in certain situations. Which, to be fair, the easiest way to fix it is just don't stand still. But sometimes you're playing a slam build, and you have to stand still for a little bit when you want to put out more than one slam to kill everything around you. And knowing if something's gonna come and hit you upside the head and potentially kill you is kind of nice. Meanwhile, then there's my gladiator who's just like, well, probably just block it half the time. I think the only other unique amulet I care about, or just that can drop anywhere, would be an onyx amulet for Yoke of Suffering. But the chances of me getting one of those to drop is not particularly high. Wait, when did I kill the last two monsters? That's it. am confused. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Right one. Yeah, I had a 27% divine life flask drop. And so then I rolled it and I was like, I need this to be like seething immunity to poison. And it rolled seething, and then I did the augment one, and then it rolled immunity to poison. Oh no, I think I did immunity to poison, then just I don't know. Basically it rolled one that I wanted, and then I fucking hit it and it rolled the other one that we're winning. It's always interesting when you see like a crap ton of abomination. I will probably wow. Okay, game. Game is just like flaunting in my face now. Oh, is it last league in the Acropolis? I like one of the biggest things that was holding back my Bama build was the fact that I couldn't get a Jinx Juju, so it was extremely squishy for running higher content, especially with the Lantern. And I farmed like basically until I quit trying to get the Jinx Juju to drop. And now this league where I don't really plan on playing Bama at all, or any minion build for that matter, it gives me to. This league's just making fun of me. That's fine. You gave me a voice as I forgive you. I can't really complain. Got an ephemeral edge and I don't know, I didn't particularly mind the Bama too much. It's just that I felt like, well, the playstyle for it, at least the way I played it, in a way that I made it, that to me felt like the most effective way to play it, hurt my wrist. Because I kept putting down like the clones constantly, right? So they would keep buffing themselves. Because I'm thinking that's how you play like the elemental version. Like the elemental version, you have to keep refreshing. But then if you play, I think it's the poison version, you can just like leave them out, let them do their thing, and then respawn them like every once in a while, which is why I wanted to transition to that. And I transitioned like extremely early to it. I did it like I didn't have any of the gear that they suggested having when you swapped. To be honest, I think it was like slightly. I think it ended up being like slightly better than the elemental version that I was running because I didn't really have a lot of good stuff for the elemental version either. and I think the quiver I made rolled pretty well from Necropolis. So it wasn't too bad. I don't know, it felt really good. I felt like I was clearing things a bit more consistently. It was a little slower because it was poison damage, but it felt good. I didn't mind. It's definitely a build that I wouldn't mind having like in my back pocket as a like, huh, down the line I would play it as like a second build kind of thing after building up currency to make the run a little smoother. But that won't lie. I remember like leveling it. I was like kind of annoyed while doing it. I was like, bro, I need so much shit. I need so much stuff. I need to roll this bow and I can't roll anything. Also, I think unfortunately, Meticulate Appraiser and the current state of Quant is kind of. Because I tried running it, and to be honest, like I get nowhere near as many uniques as I do just running normally, even with chisels and scarabs and stuff. And I think like the only saving grace for it was that I got a void batter out. I didn't get anything else that decent. And I did a little bit of research on it because I was like, huh, I wonder if like this is even worth. And for the most part, most people were just like, yeah, no, if you're hunting, like if all you want is just uniques, it's not that bad. But to be fair, none of them, not, all of those were like the most recent one was from Necropolis. So before the changes, I just feel like the fact that you can't get like quantity on your gear anymore, right? Uh, kind of makes it worse. So losing all of it on your map for like to be fair, really high rarity. And for gold, it didn't really drop that much more either. It was like I think it was like a maybe 1,000 more on average. Like, but basically, if it was a map that would have given me like 12,000 gold with the Mateko's Appraiser, that map would have given me like probably close to 11,000 gold, if not 11,000 gold without it. So wouldn't have really made a big difference. Drugs. Not to mention, even though it did give me a void battery, I already had a void battery from Aimless here. So, direct muzzle. I feel like I think like really they don't need to like completely rework the note. I just think they should make it be like at 50%, right? Like have it convert 50% of your quant to rarity at 150% of its value, and it should be fine. Probably still wouldn't be worth to use, but having that little splash of uh, quantity makes a huge difference because whenever I was running it, when I ran it on here on beach specifically, when I could, you know how I can like just sprint to the end, go kill the boss, and then just stack a bunch of uh quant alters at just like 60% quant. There was so much uniques. It was dropping way more uniques than when I couldn't get any of those alters. Like even at 30% quant, it was dropping a pretty good chunk. So in a world where you can't really get quantity on gear, I don't think it's that great. So I think maybe changing it to a state where it doesn't convert all of your quant to a rarity. But then obviously it should lower the amount that you get for rarity. Could probably make it a little nicer. Because it's definitely more like, I feel like it's definitely more like SF thing. Or maybe even like, whatchamacallit? Group magic find maybe. I don't remember if any of the group magic finds ever used meticulous appraiser from the ones I'd seen. You know, I wish one day they would let us see like the full count monster. Like by default. It obviously tracks because it tells you, oh right, I forgot to go free the boat. Because it obviously tells you, right? Like, well, it obviously keeps track of the entire thing of it. Well, one, I mean, there's the MTX thing that gives you oh oh Tier 1 crit chance on an Imperial bow. Okay. But there's there's the MTX thing that keeps track of how many rares and magics you've killed. Uh and the map, it like the thing itself tells you when there's like less than 50 monsters remaining. It'd be kind of nice. Like I think I know why they wouldn't do it, because people would just min-max their mapping even more. But for me, it would be just because I want to see if the way something feels is accurate. Like for how much like monsters are spawning. This is mostly just because I'm curious about Caldera, because I liked Caldera's layout. Like it was actually pretty nice. Kind of sucked for doing like something like harvest altars, right? Because if the harvest spawned in one of the two side areas, it was kind of a pain to run back to it after killing everything and getting altars. And then running to the boss is a bit of a pain because of the fact that you have to go clear the two side areas, bum rush them, and then like it was a bit of a pain, bit of a hassle to do any of the strats that I do, except for Delirium. Delirium was actually kind of nice on there, because not only was the stuff compact, so I could have both Eviscerate and this build perform very well in it. It was really interesting because you would get a soft reset on the Delirium from doing the portals. Oh my god, summon the chaos then. Kind of fucking. It summoned the buzzsaw chaos damage, bro. Inside of the double temporal bubble. It was out for my blood. But like the gold amount that I would get with running the same exact scarabs as I'm running now was usually on average like anywhere from 1,000 to like 3 and sometimes even 4,000 gold less than what I could get. And I just assumed that there's less like packs of monsters getting spawned because of the two unique mini bosses. But then the two unique mini bosses really don't drop anywhere near enough gold to compensate. Oh shit, nice. But I have no real way to verify that assumption. Well, the only real way would be to just continuously keep running them and then just extrapolate the data to uh like on Excel and then make a graph. But I'd rather just run Peach. Layout's just easier. It was nice for Delirium though. A little tight whenever they would spawn the bosses though. There was that. But at least for the gladiator, it really didn't affect it too much because you just blocked like 90% of it. All right, now what are the chances that I can get Feel the Fight? No, what is it? No, yeah, it's Feel the Fight, right? Yeah, Feel the Fight and Overlord. That other Mace, Scepter, setup. I need to go back to deck to use a pretty decent spawn rate for the Admiral today. This is the third time I've had to fight him. Ba-dum, ba-dum, boom, boom. Yeah, see, this time we got a lot of gold, right? There's like 12,000, 23,000. Yeah, a lot of gold that time. That's like almost twice as much gold as it gave us the last time I fought him. Last time I fought him, there was definitely not that many, like of the 6,000 plus. Because last time I went in with 0 gold and I walked out with 20,000. The time I walked in with 40,000 gold, and now we walked out with 85,000. which we're going to use to roll for mapper. Rank 7. Nice. Yeah, see, like, I can't get... wait, what's that? Okay, no, they're both right. I haven't been able to get, like, rank 9 mappers at all. Even with the expensive one. Like, I just keep getting rank 8 and rank 7s. Feels a little shit. Oh, somebody died. Oh wait, no, this was the... I didn't... I thought I had given them maps to run. I'm trolling. Or rest of the gold for the night goes into the town. Honestly, one of the more I think it's like I don't really feel like I get too aggravated about the whole gold thing until it comes to like trying to get more mappers. Because then like the gold disparity between tier 16 to tier 17 actually gets a bit annoying. Because like I'll just watch people doing like tier 17 strats, and I've seen the strats about doing it on like lower tier maps. I've tried like 2 of them. I can't replicate the stuff. And one of them was with just the five slot map device. Like the person had 6, but he just used 4 scarabs. I'd have to re-look at it again to see if maybe I'm missing something, but like I don't know. I don't know. I did see a bestiary one, but I don't want to retool my atlas right now because I have one for when I want to farm just a bunch of scarabs. Like I have one atlas that has a bunch of scarabs and map chance, so that way while I'm running whenever I have to run a map to get more beach, I'll just run that one just to get some extra stuff. Because basically, if it's not beach, I don't really like running harvest with trying to stack quant altars. Too much like back and forth. So I just run it like with a bunch of scarabs and with ritual. So that way I don't have to worry about it. Harvest. Oh shit. Character would die if I stand in all of that. Yeah, if anything, well, if I have time, I have plans for weekend. But I think if I make time, well, I have to level the tricks there, play Apex, and then I guess if I have time, roll for mappers, for map runners. Because the only way I'll ever make enough gold to keep my town running and then spend a bunch of gold to like try to get better mappers is like basically on a day I play PoE all day. Which I only really do on the weekends. Which, to be fair, I only really have a drive to do on the weekends. And sometimes that's not even the case. Sometimes I'll play for like maybe 2 hours on the weekends because I don't feel like playing for much more. I'll do something else. Just sit in people's stream, potate, read some stuff. To be fair, I should be like way more productive on my weekends. But that'll be. I had been half tempted to like make a, I guess like beginners level video for this because I haven't really seen too many people. I've seen like one person do well. I've seen Captain Lance do volcanic fissure snaking, but he did it on his like cracked out berserker. And I saw like one person. I saw the thumbnail. I didn't really watch the video. But I was like, oh, I played that build, and then I carried on. I carried on with life. But I feel like this build's kind of good. Laziness, right? Like for a league start, like lazy league start. Don't have to worry about resistances thanks to the Chieftain Ascendancy. Get some extra damage. Always have like capped out endurance charges for the extra tankiness. You can run it half auto exertions, so uh that way you can still get damage bonus. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's honestly pretty flexible for whatever you want it to do. Like it doesn't have to be fire. Steel Mage played a Chieftain bleed build. You can play a Tectonic Slam if you don't like Volcanic Fissure of snaking for whatever reason. Um, I haven't tried concentrated or consecrated path or whatever it's called. The one that like lets you teleport slam to things. But I imagine that should be fine. You could also just full convert whatever you wanted to if you get the conversion gloves. You just need the fire mastery, avatar, uh a fire, and then just the conversion gloves. And even then you might not even have to go avatar if you I think there's another way to get a little the other bit of conversion you need. Oh well no, because it's like it'd be like 65%. You would still need another like 35%, so it probably wouldn't work too well. I mean there still might be a way to get it, but probably not like that easily. I don't know if you were really lucky or you just felt like spending it early, you could get Zoff's blood necklace. So I think it would kind of leave you kind of screwed for stats, and you'd have to spend more time on other parts of like other gear to get the stats you need. Because you need some int index to be able to use everything. Yeah, like Getting enough int for the 79 was a headache. It was a bit of a headache. It caused me some problems on my build because I didn't want to take the big int node. I will say in regards to like survivability, probably leaves a little bit to be desired, but I feel like that's normal for most kind of lower tier league starts. Like there's definitely survivability to be had. You really just need to get like Defiance of Destiny. You get that and it solves a lot of problems. But I feel like the Defiant like being like, oh yeah, you just need a Defiance of Destiny is the equivalent to being like, yeah, you just need a Mage Blood. Even though I think Defiance of Destiny is tier one, isn't it? So maybe it's a little bit more realistic to say. Or is it tier zero? I don't actually remember. I know the Rockiata's Dance is tier zero. That's one I've never agreed with. I think it should be tier one at most. Because realistically, I think the only real reason it has it is because it saves you a mastery. But let's see, Amulet, Defiance of Destiny. No, it's tier zero. Oh, it's because it was tier one. That's why I remember it. Defiance of Destiny was tier one when they put it in the regular loophole, and then they made it tier zero in this patch. Yeah, it's the equivalent of just telling someone just gonna be. On another funny build, what's kind of expensive. What is it? Give it to me straight. Oh, don't I almost have the div cards for Perma Val Vortex build? Oh, is that just abusing the same tech that they used for that's using the enchant, right? For the dagger they did for lightning strike. Val Vortex. What would you even use for the rest of that? Yeah, I was using the enchant. Yeah, because I remember with lightning strike, a bunch of people realized that you could permanently just use Vol lightning strike because of the enchant. Like sometimes I think it's like the enchant and the enchant with the flask or whatever. At least were the builds I was seeing early. Why is there a negate amulet div card, but there's not like a turquoise amulet div card for unique? What is this favoritism? This turquoiseism that's going on in this game? GGG. Oh, yeah, plenty of it. We'll toss them in. Who knows? Oh, all orbs. Oh, harbinger orb. Oh, corrupted shield. Corrupted other stuff that I can toss in. Boots. That's definitely gonna be a Ralakesh's Impatience, Copium, Huffa Huffa. Make your PC explosive. Yeah, yeah. That was definitely one of the one of the whatchamacallit, like warnings that came with it. It's just like may or may not cause your PC to implode. You know what? It's okay. Who needs our PC any more than just for a singular season, singular league? Me, I do. While BV at least is very FPS friendly. True. This is a fact. It's like when I played Cast on Crit Detonate Dead last league. I didn't even get it like full up ramping. Like I got it like to a some like it was a usable state. Like it was alright. Bro. Belts are considered jewelry? Holy shit, I'm glad I didn't just chase this. I'd been thinking about buying those to see if I could get a Ungles, but I didn't realize that belts were considered jewelry. I guess I should have guessed with the whatchamacalls the ores. Getting a mage blood from that apothecary farm over. Everybody would probably just permanent. No. That would be. I'd probably clip it. That would probably be the first time in a while that I would have like clipped something myself, and then I would have put it on YouTube. I would have put it on, would have made a clickbait. Been like farming apothecaries is so 2005. Farming these best apothecary div card, bro. I'd be doing the dumbest YouTube videos with that if that gave me a mage blood. People probably wouldn't like. I mean, obviously people wouldn't take it seriously, but it'd be even less serious to be taken because I'd probably be laughing the whole time, knowing damn well that it'd be more like a meme thing. But I'd crack up so hard if I got a mage blood for one of those. Can you imagine buying like an inventory full and you're like, I just want an Ungles, and you just get like a mage blood out of it, and you're just like, well, I only had wanted an Ungles, now I have a mage blood. So I guess I don't need the Ungles anymore. Oh wait, I put the dev card. Come back. See, what is this, bro? Get this. This 8 to 18 fire damage to spells and attack. Seems like a shit. We got 5 Hinakora locks from the Emperor's brother. I think like, bro, that's insane. Can't you get mirrors from that too? Isn't the mirror like Kalandra's mirror like in that available also? Could you imagine if you turn that in just get 5 mirrors out of it? That damn near give somebody a heart attack. I feel like if you turned that in and it gave you back 5 mirrors of Kalandra, somebody would have a heart attack from that. I feel like that's almost guaranteed. Someone would go to the hospital. The person was like, "What happened?" Well, he got 5 mirrors from the for his luck. Oh, did he get to use them? No, he just died. They didn't even get to spend them. They're still on his computer. You can still see them if you go to his house real quick. Rest in peace, dude. Insane. Personally, like I don't know what I'd do. Well, actually, with the if it was before this league, I'd be like, I don't know what I would do with that because I don't trade. But oh wait, that's actually worth. Oh, good to know. But like, cause I just toss them onto a currency. I just get a bunch of divines for it. Insane. The best legacy would be if GGG just added like in a corner of a map, right? Just a dead person with like five Kalandra mirrors just like around them. Just, that'd be like the greatest reference ever. This is a random corner of like one of the leveling zones. Just here, there he is, the legend. I'd be able to do the Leonardo thing, be like, I know that guy. I know who that is. Yeah. You just it's like every single game they ever make from here on out, you just they're just like never forget the one who laid down their life to prove that you could get five mirrors of Kalandra from that card. There's so many fucking there's so many chisels now after running all those Cortex maps. They just kept armor dropping chisels. I like how sometimes like I'll get some of the most toxic mods on a map and it'll be really low on everything, and then I'll get some of the nicest, just easiest maps. Like this to me doesn't mean shit. I really don't even care about the buffs, even though it makes me a little weaker because of the Warcry buffs. But like, it's a cakewalk compared to most of these other ones. This one's really just the elemental resistance as a issue. It kind of just negates my fire penetration, but that's and my exposure. Not regen. I don't particularly feel. Yeah, like this. Monster variety, inflict exposure, increase monster damage. I guess it's because of the poison on hit. I'm not careful, I will die to that. And then just 97% extra physical damage gives me 91 quant, 41 rarity, and 20. Meanwhile, I've had like other ones with like can't regen, can't leech, can't, elemental reflect and all this other stuff, and it'll be like 60%. I'm sitting here like, I don't think we value the same things as dangerous. GGG. I'd have words. Not really, actually. Keep it that way. Lets me ignore the dangerous mods and go for the nicer ones. Yeah, we can get that Lightning Blade Trickster up and running. That's probably the one that I'll actually try to push into empowers many enemies. Duration of 10 seconds. Hope I got all the charges off. Guess we'll find out when we go back. Probably should have waited for like a meteor pack though. Oh shit. One of the days I'm gonna hover that leather belt and it's gonna be something useful. Today is not that day. I don't think I ever had this many like altars on in one area before. Like that close together. Yeah. Like those three altars are borderline right on top of each other. One of these days, box isn't something good. One of these days. Not today. Duplicate. I'm gonna go on a limb and assume that we found where I fired off that. So, yeah. I see a bunch of like 3 stack decks, and then a couple of. I should have waited for a bigger pack to fire that one off. To be honest, I kind of hope they add like little something, not nothing like too crazy. Just like I don't even want. I guess like yeah, like percentage chance for Sentinel or something would be nice. I feel like it'd be nice if there was at least like a Scarab or something for the Sentinel. Actually, no, not really, because then it would take up a slot of it. Never mind. Don't listen to me. At most, probably just like a Atlas passive, notable or whatever. I don't think we had anything good on that. Dude, here, the only thing I really care about Legions is incubators. I don't know, I was kind of surprised how this build handles Legion encounters, because at least the first time I tried it wasn't very good, but that was also before I like figured out that Fire Pen on this build was really, really good to run. For the support gem. I got a really big DPS boost when I ran that. Oh, you Petrified Ember. I haven't gotten very many more of the Omen of Blank. Actually, if I really if there was an Omen I actually really wanted, it would definitely be the one that gives me the most like links. It would either be the one that like guarantees like maximum amount of links when you use a Orb of Fusing, or it would be the one that guarantees a unique when you use a Chance Orb. Because then I can get Iraqi out his dance. Because I'm mistaken, Iraqi out his dance is like the only engraved greatsword unique. So if you just use it on that, you're just always guaranteed to get one. I should check how much those cost. Now that I think about it, now that I'm saying it out loud, it's probably worth a decent. Oh, that. Hostess. Oh, fortune. Probably worth it. 880 chaos. 7 divs. Actually, not that much. A lot less than I was expecting. What about the other one? The fusing one. How much is that one worth? Oh, even less. Oh, that's like so cheap for a 6 link. 150 chaos for a guaranteed 6 link. That's so cheap. If I find a decent engraved, I think I used to have one that was like influenced. That would have had the cool little sparkly effect. Yeah, because I used to have 2 of these, and I think one of them was an engraved greatsword. Womp womp. Womp womp. But yeah, 150 for a 6 link. I should definitely like. I need a 6 link for this, but I don't know what to use for the 6th link because I don't want to use added melee physical damage because that's going to make the attack speed abysmal. Like realistically, it's already still too slow for my taste. Also, don't know why PoE is so laggy today. Oh well, this map had wildwood. Wildwood is always really laggy because I think it's like loading in the wildwood in like the background. And it's a pretty sizable like map. But it's also like mildly interesting to me how it won't load, like try to load anything until you start moving. Because I feel like if it at least loaded in the map, like while you're just waiting, like if you have like lower specs, right, you could just wait and then it would load in the map while you're waiting in immune. And then once you're ready to go, the map should be at least like mostly loaded, but it definitely doesn't start loading in until you start moving, which is a bit of a pain. We have very many altars to spawn in this one, fortunately. To be honest, I don't know what's worse. Whether like not having a lot of altars spawn or having a lot of altars spawn, but they're mostly just like extra stuff like duplicate basic and then not getting like any real font rarity ones. To be fair, some of them are pretty nice, right? Like if you get the I get the ones for your additional chaos orb and additional cartographer chisels and stuff like that, I'm pretty content. Like personally. But a lot of times like the double div card one is kind of whatever. Kind of just copium hoping that it like the Nimbus card drops and then it doubles. Uh the one for corrupted items sometimes isn't too bad. Like there's a couple that it's kind of like, man, that was a quant shrine, dude. And then sometimes I'll get a map where it drops like two of those shrines, and one of them will have the extra fizz's chaos damage, and I'm like, well, I can't do that one. Oh, not doing it. Rise. I do like how the icon for the plot doesn't disappear until you kill everything, because sometimes, especially on the yellow ones, when they have the little dudes that like to burrow and then run away from you, it can be a little bit of a pain to realize whether they're dead or not without that. There's definitely been a couple times I've wanted to like walk away from or like I've not wanted to, like I've walked away from a plot thinking it was done and then ends up that it wasn't. And I'll like walk over to another one and realize I can't like click it and I'm like, why not? And then I'll look at the mini map and then I'll be like, wanders around ominously. Water went down the wrong pipe. Oy, oy, oy. Oy vey. Yeah, I hadn't realized they dropped the Defiance of Destiny down to tier 0. I guess it was either that or nerf it. I guess they chose to like have it be a chase item. Kind of respect the decision, honestly. As someone who's never naturally gotten a tier 0 unique, I think it's great to have. Like, I feel like they kind of need to work. Oh, goodness, why are you lagging? Game, why are you lagging? There should be no lag. Why are my frames dying? Hey, Marino. That was weird. It was probably because of ritual. I don't know why, but usually when ritual is involved, it's the problem. But oh yeah, it was probably like somehow it was probably like loading in this stuff over here that caused the like. I don't know what is it with the ritual monsters. They're extremely resource hungry with the way they encoded them. Because I could like just completely drop ritual and put in harbingers again, and I wouldn't have this issue. But harbingers wouldn't generate me as much gold, and then I would like not have the chance to get the nameless king invitation because that invitation is actually a little pricier than I would like. But that's mostly just because the getting a good light of meaning is pretty nice. It would pay like hand over fist whatever you spent. But yeah, well, I do think they kind of need to take a little bit of time to tweak a little the underperforming uniques a little bit more, which I mean they do, but we can't say they don't, right? Look at Ralikesh's Impatience, like the unique that was basically useless and turned it into kind of like Mage Blood 2.0. Unfortunately, I've already seen well, Mathel was talking about how he'd like to see Ralikesh's Impatience be nerfed in some form or fashion. Because it's kind of just like, especially because with endurance charge changes and stuff like that, and stuff with like Masterful Form, where it's definitely playing into charge building, it's basically just like Ralikesh's Impatience. Like that kind of deal. Rather than rather than being like, oh, this would be a good unique to have in here. It's basically like you kind of just want, which feels a little bad. And even then, I would say it's probably like a little bit worse than Mage Blood in that regard, because Mage Blood definitely makes builds smoother, but I think the amount of builds where uh that absolutely just are unplayable without a Mage Blood is lower than the builds I've seen that people are just like, don't play this without a Rallycushion's Patience. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how GGG feels about it. Granted, I don't know if they. Well, I think probably the only way to maybe balance it out would be to make it where it caps your max charges to 3, right? Like make it so yeah, you have all of your charges at all time, but then it caps your charge cap to like 3 or something like that, or 4. Because I feel like because they took off what was it, the attack speed or whatever, but realistically that doesn't really do anything because well, when you have something that counts you at like max frenzy charges, I don't really think you're complaining. But I don't know if that would then make it 2. Like it doesn't have to be 3. Like they could cap it at like 4. But it's it is interesting. Because I mean it's kind of cool how it interacts with the Maven belts. Like I think that's really nice. But as someone who plays well, SSF Lite now, as long as the currency exchange exists. But at least gear wise plays SSF. Uh it does get a little annoying when you're trying to look builds for what are builds that I can try to use my currency to maybe craft something really good for or something like that, or have like a tier 3 or something, or like a unique that I can like target, right? Like the voices and stuff like that. 'Cause like if they don't do anything to lightning strike, right, then it probably just means for the next couple leagues or whatever, which to be fair, I'm not like a huge fan of lightning strike, but you know, as long as they don't do anything to it, an ephemeral edge and whatchamacallit, and the voices exist with Trickster, I don't particularly like. I see myself, you know, sprinkling in Esh runs throughout the leagues to see if I can get a voices, and then see if I can get an ephemeral edge from Nameless Seer, because it's just a all around solid build to to use. And I like having something like that, right? That I can just sprinkle in attempts along the way, and then be like, oh, I got the item, right? And then like we're good to go. But they have to be like somewhat achievable items. Because like with the Ralakeshes, like I don't have a div card for it. Like maybe if they add a div card for it, cool. That'd be kind of nice, especially with the auction house. Because I mean, I spent like probably like 700 chaos back soon. I came a little early, but they're back soon. 700 chaos ish to get the Binos. Maybe a little less than no, less than that. I think I got it like decent. No, I think 700 is what it was worth for chaos when I looked, and then I had gotten it for like 6 something because I was able to get like half of the cards for a pretty good price. But I mean, it was still a pretty decent chaos expense, all things considered. It's probably the single most expensive thing I've uh put money into or chaos into in this league. Uh, but I think I'd say it was worth, even though I haven't used it at all. It's been sitting in my stash for like a week and a half. It's still worth. uh, But But it's nice to have something like that. Like for instance, having being able to chase for a Nimbus is really nice. Chances of getting one, really low. But with the whole scrying thing, whoever decided like internally to add nameless seer to tier 16 and then add scrying maps as a thing, high five to that guy. That was such a smart maneuver. In all honesty, that was such a smart maneuver. Oh shit, I didn't mean to. I keep forgetting to just control click him. Yeah, they had a little bit of a hiccup with it at the beginning of the league, but they were able to rectify it pretty quick. So it's not really too bad. So it's pretty nice. Pretty nice. I'd say they did a pretty good job dealing with it. And its implementation's really nice. Because you still have to like run the map right. Like I don't even want to remember. I ran like residence for like a week. Week and some change. Because I ran some like on the weekends too. Terrace I think took me like a couple like 2 days to get. That one wasn't too bad. Residence really just didn't want to spawn nameless here when I needed it. And then while I was farming for the Terrace nameless here, I got a Resonance nameless here. So, you know, sometimes the game just wants to remind me who's in charge of my RNG. And it ain't me. It still feels weird to be like in tier 16s, having fought like Shaper, Elder, stuff like that, and not be running like Determination. I'm so used to like all of my builds running Determination. Not complaining though. This build would have a whole lot less damage if I had to run Determination. Because then I wouldn't be able to run Herald of well, I either wouldn't be able to automate my war cries. Or at least not as like no, actually I don't think I would have been no, I would have been screwed. I think I would have had to drop like one of the heralds for sure. If not both of them, because I doubt I would have had enough like I would have had to stack a bunch of mana reservation efficiency. And I would rather be stacking like damage auras over defensive auras personally. This feels nicer. I think maybe that's part of the reason why some builds feel better this league. Because I'm pretty sure if they didn't do the determination changes with the armor upgrades, like at least Volcanic Fissure of Snaking wouldn't feel as good. And then they would have gotten railed pretty badly for oh shit, ritual time. Oh, but there wasn't one in the boss room. Oh, damn. Damn. I need to check all the rituals. I know the harvest is over here. I was gonna leave this side for last, but you can see if there's a ritual over here with a unique monster. That's kind of nice though. The fact that like it can spawn the unique wildwood like mini bosses in the ritual, so that way you can get like some uniques in there to help is pretty good. Get some more tribute that way. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the smaller changes are really nice. It'd be great if they could optimize ritual a little better so it's not as laggy. Because I've been seeing a lot of people have issues with it. It just seems like incredibly resource hungry for the mobs for the way they have them. Which, to be fair, is nothing new. One of Affliction's main issues was the fact that a lot of the mobs would cause like people's computers to lag. in Wildwood, and then you would just get one shotted out of the Wildwood by the like Chaos Archers that were hitting you from like 2 screens away, or the Toads. That was a fun one. When you get toted, when you get battle toted, and you couldn't even see them because your game's like losing its mind. Oh, there's a reflecting mist. You have anything like hella negative fire res? Or not fire res, lightning res? I have a Doriani's prototype, so I have to like maybe put it to some use. Probably won't get around to being like making it usable personally, but you never know. 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 Minus 75 to strength. 64% increased global crit chance. Why is it still there? Shouldn't it like dissipate like the nameless here? Oh my god. I don't even know what loaded and hit me. That was painful. Oh, 1,000 ribbon. Oh, be nice for my trickster. For leveling. Yeah, I don't know. There's a mob, like ritual mob, that's causing me to lag. Can't particularly say I'm a fan. I'm pretty sure it's the chaos arrow, dude. Because it's usually when I have ritual or be really laggy is when that dude's around. I don't know. This is why I say that I hope the engine for oh, I missed a chaos orb one. I'm crying, bro. I missed out on probably at least like 10 chaos orbs. We're in shambles. But this is why I say that I hope the PoE2 engine, I hope one of the big things they focused on was, aside from like different combat mechanics, was easier optimization for them. Because it's always kind of hard for people to enjoy like cool things in a game when they can't even play the game because it's just stuttering all over the place. Like I think like them using the Wildwood ritual mobs, I think that was like 20 billion fucking detonated deads going on at the same time. I am terrified. It's really big brand and like adding Wildwood, I think is pretty good. I think they could still do a little something with it, tweak it a bit, but I still think it was a really good idea. But I feel like it's hard for people to enjoy it when it causes a lot of like performance problems. And then you know you died to say performance issues. And I feel like part of it is just because of the age of the PoE engine. Because a lot of those older engines, sometimes it's kind of rough to get them to not be such a pain. So, personal. That would be nice, at least, hopefully. I guess we'll find out in November. We'll find out when we see if PoE 2 causes my PC to explode. I don't know what specs they had for the demo PCs. Because my PC is kind of on the older age still. Well, the CPU is. Everything else is kind of newer, but I don't particularly. I mean, well, I guess I do technically have like birthday. Maybe I'll try to look for like a CPU and like upgrade my computer. Ugh. Means having to replug everything into the motherboard again. Just thinking about it annoys me. Probably like one of the only things that sucks about like upgrading your CPU, in my opinion, is having to replug everything back into your motherboard. And if it wasn't because my graphics card is pretty new, my graphics card I think is from like last year. Pretty sure it's from last. I would have. I would probably just be looking to just fully upgrade, right? Like just buy a completely new computer. But I mean, if worse comes to worse, I could just try to buy like a new computer, right? And then just do like a dual rig setup. But I don't know if I want to do all that work because the where I have my like PC on, like the table it's on is I don't know if it could fit two computers comfortably, like two rigs comfortably. As my case is pretty big. But I might have to look into that. See what's like more cost effective. Let me in. Let me in. Oh, thank God. I was getting body blocked because everything was there because of the bismuth. That's such a bad spot for the bismuth to be. Or how I want to handle this. Oh, it put a bismuth and it put the ritual like right next to it. No wonder there were so many fucking monsters there. Brother. I was trying to figure out why like it was so densely packed there. I was like, oh, it's the bismuth. I come out, look to the side. I'm like, oh shit, there was a ritual there. That's why. To what? Oh my god. Fuck the cannibals, bro. I don't understand why the cannibals deal so much damage. Like, they just deal so much raw damage. I die to they're probably single handedly like the one regular mob I die to the most. And I don't know why. Like, I don't get it. They should be dealing fire damage. I have like 86% fire resistance. Like, I don't think I should be dying to them. But I don't know if their crit is like incredibly high or what, but every time they're on my map, they basically are almost guaranteed to kill me. And I don't understand why. I could understand on the gladiator because they drop burning ground, but this guy has like it's not like an ungodly amount, but he does have like 800 fucking like regen. But like I feel like that should be enough to not just instantly get deleted by having a pack of fucking cannibals of all things just throwing Molotovs at you. But apparently that's not the case. And I'm pretty sure I didn't take anything until just now. Yeah. Not to mention that I also didn't even register what was going on because they were off screening me and I was lagging when they were doing it. So that's like a combination of just all sorts of fun. Ugh. I hate it. I hate it. I don't know why. I have no idea why they deal so much damage. And the problem is I don't even know where like I can't even try to figure out what I died to because there's no feedback thing. That's definitely something I hope they worked on for PoE too. It honestly annoys me to no end that in order to tell what killed you in Path of Exile, you basically have to be recording and you have to look back. And then you have to try to figure out the damage typing if you're like a newer player. Like I've watched experienced players who play this game way more than I do, like have to literally sit there and stare at a clip for like 10 to 15 minutes, if not more, in a lot of cases to be like, what did I die to? So imagine like a newer player who doesn't have like the knowledge and doesn't stream, you know? Like I don't know, I feel like because like the information's there, right? The game obviously knows you died to something. It just probably isn't coded in a way that is legible by humans. Because there's like, because it has a string of code, right? That's how it knows you died. It goes, okay, you took X amount of damage. XP or HP hit 0. Like it knows that, right? But it's more than likely not in a way that they can convert that to English language to make it be readable. To be fair, the game itself might not necessarily even keep track of like what specific thing killed you, like when you die. I mean, it keeps track of like the damage typing, like it has to, because how else would resistances work? Uh, but oh, it's because this is also. Oh, never mind. I know what I died to. I died to poison. I died because the cannibals shotgunned me with poison. Mystery solved. But like all of that information just more than likely is not encoded in a way that they could be like, yeah, no, we can translate, like attach it to this to translate to that. Not to mention, like they would then have to translate it to like the different languages that they have. That's a lot of work. So I really hope they kind of just set it up ahead of time for PoE too. I don't know, like it's been in the demos. 'Cause I haven't seen anybody mention anything about it, mostly because I feel most people just care about the rest of the game, which makes sense. but I also haven't seen anybody mention anything about it, so I'm pretty sure, like, I'm pretty safe to assume that it's not in PoE 2. I don't know. It's just that like so much stuff is going on in PoE 1 that like it took how long? Like I had to run that entire map before I realized what like actually killed me. Because it wasn't actually the cannibals. Like to be fair, I say the cannibals are the reason I died, but I mean they are. It's just that whenever they show up is usually on the maps that I have something that's going to be dangerous, aka 300+% chance to crit with like a shit ton of crit multi, like crit mod, and then or it'll have like the double uh extra fizz as X elements mods. There's like it'll be one where I'm like, oh, this is a kind of dangerous map, and then there'll just be packs of cannibals. The game's like, sure is, buddy, sure is. So yeah, this one was poison because they shotgunned me with a shit ton of poison. And this build can't really deal with it, which is why like I'm corrupting blood immune, so I life flask is poison immunity. I just have to remember that. Also, it's part of it is also like I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have died there if it was like earlier in the day, but it's like hard. But still, cannibals, active cannibals. Actually, probably. Oh, maybe not. We stun locked the two of them. Let's go. If all three of those like rare devours had attacked me, I was probably they would have just stacked up poison so quickly. I don't like fighting devours because you have to like stand and fight them toe to toe, and they tend to have a lot of they tend to like I tend to get devours when I have mods that I don't want to be standing toe to toe with something. I kind of want to be moving around so I don't get hit. But then the game's like, Teehee have devours. Oh, and that procced one of my death dancings. Death dancings too. But I think I died just because, like, anyway, because of the puddle underneath. Because they drop like the fire puddle from their Molotovs. Right, I need to make a trickster, and I just need him to grab stuff. Then he can just hold on to it. I think the mapper boats should be back in minutes. I guess I can find something to do for 7 minutes while I wait for them to come back. Maybe I should do some of the Guild War stuff. I don't know when. Maybe over the weekend. I was counting the free tickets that we get, and I won't have like a free 10 pull ticket. Well, another one until sometime on the weekend for Star Rail. So I think maybe either Saturday night or Sunday night, depending on how things pan out. I'll probably do a Star Rail stream. I don't know how long it'll be, but definitely pull for the new Fei Zhao, and then probably like do some events and stuff. But tomorrow involves more cussing out Final Fantasy 15 as usual, and then and hopefully trying to get through that game while trying to get all the royal arms. Well, I don't. Well, I'll try not to lose my sanity. But if it's there and if you, hope you have a good day. If it's there and if you, hope you guys well. Stay safe. Hydrate. I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye.